Hello there everybody, welcome back to my streams. How have you all been? Tonight we'll be continuing on with Vampyr. So last stream we were wandering around Whitechapel looking for hints and everything and clues to round out all the civilians before I end them all. So tonight we'll be continuing on with that. As always, hope you enjoy the show and please follow me on Twitch and Twitter for more. Without further ado, let's go! Let's see what to do. Now 1,500 XP, eh? So done. 4K. Need to do these two. He's done. Need to peek on him. These two. Do that a little bit later. At least until I find up my mesmerization level, then I come back to this one. He's done. No, they're all done. I need to do this one as well, so I can't kill her just yet. So let's see. Yes. Unless I kill the outliers.
Its effectiveness has been proven.
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, miss.
You don't seem well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel ill, sir. It's like I'm never right.
Give medicine.
I can try to help your body heal, sir. But you must stop destroying it.
The war destroyed me, Doctor.
A gun, alcohol.
50 XP. I can try and slowly kill the outliers, the people who have no social circle, like the priest and him, Cardigan Bates. That way, come on, just go to your thing. Gun, 14 rounds, a saw, a stake. Now, let's just wait. Don't look at him. Wait. Ah, you stinking piece of shit. The blood level's high, just need this stupid bastard to get in the house. Ah, come on. If I kill her now... Oh, there they are. Good. Yep. Now, let's see.
So you only hurt people because you care about me? Is that it?
Don't be such a brat. I do what I must to provide us with food and medicine, that's all.
Mum would never have let you bully an old friend like Mr. Lewis. Shame on you.
Harry, I'm your father and I love you. But don't you ever speak to me like that again.
What? You're gonna beat me too?
Jesus. Give me patience.
Found the hints for them.
I will return at a more convenient time.
You again? What do you want this time?
Life in London, personal questions.
Why is your relationship with your son so difficult?
Harry and I are so different. Sometimes I wonder if he's my own blood. Seems he's ashamed to be my son.
Why not change that then? If you used your strength to do good, perhaps Harry wouldn't feel that way about you.
How dare you tell me what I should or shouldn't do with my boy? Who the fuck are you to interfere like that?
let's see. The options are...
I mean no harm to your family. But if you want my advice, this is no place to raise a child.
No matter where we live, Harry will always be sick and frail. At least here, I'm respected. And no one will ever dare touch him.
Goodbye, Mr.
Done. Next.
Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure. Sure. Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered.
You and your father have a difficult relationship, Harry. Tell me, did he ever hurt you?
No, never. My father can be brutal and rude, violent even, but he never touched an hair on my head.
What is going on between you two, then?
It's his job, if you can call it a job. He bullies people. Men and women we know, like poor Mr. Lewis, is just not right.
That's all.
Goodbye, young man.
Yep. Now all that's left is...
Is there only pain and suffering?
Xiao Shun is back, so I can sleep it off until she gets back so I can discover the hints about her. And the little bastard just got back.
As long as you have the money.
Looks like I'll just have to sleep it off. Got 1,000 XP. Now, I'm up here. I've searched the entire place. Sleep it off. Passive skills. I got 2 of these, that's 1,000. Yeah, need some stamina. Might. So that's a heavier bite. Okay. Oh no, wait. Oh, nah. Oh, yeah, confirm. The following night. Healthy. Headache. Oh, Widow in Distress is updated. Okay. Now trying to find her, complete her hints. Okay, let's think. Clandestine. Okay, now time to find the victim. Cardigan Bates.
The Swanborough cordial can be the answer to all your problems. As long as you have the money.
Nope, the little shit is not moving. Where is the other person? Okay, thought something flashed before my eyes. No, that gets out. Come on, that's the door. Yep. What the hell is that little shit? $5. Is he here yet? The little shit. There he is. Come on. Just a little further. Yes. Come on. Come on.
Ah, there it is. Harmonil for severe anxiety and nervous disposition. Thanks for nothing, old fart. I'll get a good price for your precious pills.
Hello there, filthy casual. Hello there, WSB. Welcome. Thanks for the raid. Oh, with a party of 5 viewers. Welcome all. We just learned a hint and we're doing nothing much here. Hello there, Shield. We just found out that this little shit here stole his father's medicine. So now, wait, let's see details. Okay, let's speak to him. Hello there, WSB Gold. Welcome. Are you in any way related to Shield here? You just have the same username. Or at least the front three
Good evening,
letters.
Benjamin. Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
Oh, your brother. Ah. Yeah, there's a lot of family issues in this game in terms of like, yeah, family problems.
Your suspicions concerning Albert were legitimate, but were you sure he was guilty when you shot him? Tell me the truth, Benjamin.
No, I wasn't.
What's so bad,
I
Apex?
just went
Okay,
mad
yeah.
without realizing what I was doing. My God. I almost shot him.
You had better speak to Albert. You need to clear the air. He has to understand what you endured, and you must listen to him talk about his pain.
I'm afraid it's too late. I pointed a gun at him for the sake of a few pills.
A gun?
The wet.
How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy, all right? Now piss off.
Life in London.
It is clear that you have a somewhat contentious relationship with your father.
Oh, really? Nothing clever to say?
He's an alcoholic. That must make life difficult.
Oh, no, it's perfectly fine. No money, no home, no friends to lend a hand. My father should have died in France.
Ouch. That is a very ouch statement. What's the, It may be dangerous. He deserves patience for what he endured. May be dangerous.
War can change you. I have seen many men who have lost their wits on the battlefield.
I'm not going to lose any more time with that drunken arse. Me? I prefer to take my chances with the wet boot boys.
Stolen his father's drugs. Meet the wet boot boys. Want to prove his gang material.
Why did you try to steal your father's medication?
Why shouldn't I? What has he ever done to earn my respect?
Your father seems to hold quite a grudge against you.
Man's a walking gin bottle. I ain't seen him sober since he got back from the war. But the gun, now that is a surprise.
Why do you want to join a gang, Albert?
I'm not going to spend the rest of my life sleeping under bridges.
I understand that living in poverty may be a doorway to a life of crime. But you are still young enough to turn back.
I'm not a child anymore. I'm old enough to do what needs to be done.
Oof, what can I say to him? Because I've already learned all the hints. Ooh, let's try this one.
Crime may seem easy. A quick way to riches, but it's a quicker way to the end of a rope.
My world may be small, Mr. Fancy Pants, but at least here I'm king.
Oh, it's no worries, casual. Yeah, trolling mode I don't really mind. At least you're starting up a conversation with something. Life in London. Grab a nice big bowl of cereal.
Admit it. You stole the drugs to prove yourself to the gang.
Of course I did. The Wet Boot Boys got it sorted. Territory, respect, money. They'll take me in now.
Really? Are you sure about that? I don't see them.
I was supposed to meet one of their boys to prove I'm not a loser. Maybe something happened.
Maybe something happened. Well, he's dead. He got eaten.
Goodbye, young man.
Okay. Done. Vampire vision. There's the swindler. There's the father. Now where's the widow? Oh. Oh, she's away. That's why. cheap and clean? No, thank you. The Lady of the Night. Level 12. She's at the graveyard, okay.
Get them weapons ready! Die, vermin!
Heal. Nothing to grab. Rail. Level 16 and the rogue and a blinker scout. Those things are hideous to deal with.
Steady, boys! Got one of them! He's dead!
Ouch. They got bite.
Die, vermin!
That took him out. Go to the cemetery. Ah, yes, there you are.
Are you all right, Miss Shun?
My name is Xiao Shun. This is the proper way to address someone in my country.
I do apologize, Xiao Shun. Are you all right?
Yes, I am. This is the only place where I can find some kind of serenity. Some way to remember my dear Matthew.
Okay, hints. Husband's tomb.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
Sorry, I don't know her.
Are you on your own? Do you have any friends or family who you could be with?
I have family and friends, but I need to be here alone. One day maybe I'll go back to them, but not now. I need silence, and I need sadness.
Oh, okay. Another choice we have to make. Got you hosted. How close are you to affiliate? Thank you, Filthy, for doing that. And I've got everything ready except for the average viewer time of 3 viewers. Currently, I'm at 2.4. And yes, Diva, I have played Resident Evil 7 and 2. I've platinumed the both of them, and I have grinded everything out to the absolute max. There's no question, we'll grieve in our own way, don't forget. We all grieve.
You should not be by yourself. Grief can be a terrible trial, and it's even worse when you're alone.
Thank you for your sincere words, Dr. Reed. I sense you trying to help me, even if I don't quite understand why.
Personal questions?
You realize you can't stay here forever, don't you? Eventually, you'll have to leave the cemetery.
Why? Why should I go? Since this is the only place I can find peace of mind.
Okay,
But you're not dead. There is a difference between visiting the dead and...
I am an achievement hunter. Even this game right now, I've played through the entire game once on a kill nobody playthrough. This was before I even started streaming. So now I'm playing this again to get the achievements and to do a kill everyone playthrough after the suffering this game made me go through. And the previous games I've played on stream, Final Fantasy VII Remake, I haven't finished it yet. I still need to get a webcam. No, I need to record it on OBS. God of War 2018, God of War 3, Dishonored. Yeah, everything I've played, I've grinded out all the achievements. Or at least attempted to. Except for the multiplayer stuff, because I don't have PSN. Yeah. Yep, I've grinded out a lot of games.
You sound like you're no stranger to the pain I feel.
Let's just say, I too have a good reason to visit cemeteries at night.
Please accept my condolences for your loss then, Dr. Reed.
Tell me how your husband died, Xiaoshu.
Matthew died of the Spanish flu, like so many others. It's a mundane cause of death these days, but for me it meant the end of the world.
At this time, there is so little
Died of a disease, okay.
medical science can do to defeat this terrible epidemic. I'm truly sorry.
The worst thing is not his death, even if it tears me apart. The worst is not to have seen it coming, to have lost him so quickly, even before realizing it.
Did he hide his condition from you?
Matthew was a smiling type, a happy sort. Everything that I am not. Did he laugh at his death to come, or did he not realize what was going to happen? I'll never know.
Also, yes, I do have a lot of patience for trophy hunting. I'm currently grinding out the trophies. I did, a couple of days ago, I did the grinding for, what was it? Witcher 3. Only grinded about 2 to 4. But because the game, it just takes so long to load, I'm just putting that one on hold. And, yeah, if I could, once I get the OBS on the laptop here sorted, I will definitely show everybody my trophy collection. And I have a lot. 44 platinums, which is the maximum achievement of grinding out everything in the game. Pardon me, just really itchy throat.
The Spanish flu may be the worst disease mankind has ever faced. Why are you blaming yourself?
You don't understand. I didn't know he was so sick. I didn't realize the gravity of his situation until it was too late.
As harsh as this sounds, we are all equally vulnerable to this awful disease. It can take the strongest man in just a couple of days.
I never said goodbye to Matthew. We never realized how bad it was. We laughed about it even. He always made me laugh. Now I don't have enough tears to shed.
If I just remember from the top of my head, I have the platinums for the entire God of War series, the entire Uncharted, 1, 2, 3, except for the 4th one that has multiplayer stuff in it. Borderlands 1, not Red Dead, Resident Evil 2 and 7, Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1 and 2, Shadow of Mordor. I'm exclusively console because I don't have until I have enough to buy a good PC. And even if I get a good PC, I'll need better internet.
Are you a doctor yourself? Is this why you feel so guilty for not saving your sick husband?
No, I am not. But I still need to blame someone for Matthew's death. And who else, if not his wife, who did not see it coming?
I'm a physician, one of the best in the country. But I was unable to save my own sister, Mary. She died in my arms.
Why tell me this?
Same, we are in the same boat.
Better?
No. But I wanted you to know that you have done nothing wrong. Unlike me.
May I ask what caused the death of your sister?
You could say she was also killed by a terrible disease. A disease I have sworn to fight and cure, no matter how long it takes.
Thank you for sharing that with me, Dr. Reed. Maybe it's time we start to rebuild our lives, you and I.
I've talked everything here. What about you, Diva? Do you watch Resident Evil? Because you seem to single out that game specifically, or that series.
You should go home now.
I think you're right. Cemeteries are for the dead, for they need silence too. Thank you for your honesty and your wisdom, Dr. Reed.
Thank you for your company, Xiaoshun. Take care on the way home.
Maybe I'll see you again in Whitechapel. Goodbye for now.
This is why I tend to stay away from multiplayer games. They have trophies, but also they are just so painful to deal with because you have to be constantly connected online just to get them.
Goodbye for now.
And sometimes I'm just not the biggest fan of multiplayer. I mean, if it was free to play multiplayer, maybe I'll give it a shot. Oh, bloody hell. I broke the cemetery. I love the movies. I've seen the games. I kind of chicken, even though I love zombies. The movies. You mean the Mila Djokovic movies? Or the animated movies? Or do you mean the Netflix series? So I've convinced her to go back. So how are the hints going? Dun 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 dun. Only him. These two need a hint. They're done, and she's almost done. Cannot afford to kill. And once I kill Dorothy Crane, that means I have to. Yeah, the series I've seen some, and the movies, not the animated. To be frank, the Netflix series is terrible. It's terrible. It's not even Resident Evil. It's Resident Evil in name only, to be frank. Last game I played, I got heavy into Final Fantasy 14. I didn't play much else. RE5, that one's more action horror, and Final Fantasy 14, I hear good things about that game. Even though it came out an absolute mess, they fixed the game. Later down the line, at least. So I've convinced her to come back, so just gotta wait. Just know how I just know how I am when I play COD. Yes, you shit talk a lot in COD. It's a must.
When science fails you,
Good evening, Benjamin.
On the front.
Did you know of your son's plans to join the Wet Boot Boys gang?
Barely survived the war. Just to come back and see my wife die of the flu. And my son turn into a petty fuck.
Yeah, I know the story about that part. They screwed up so bad. The first one, it was barely playable. Then they hired Yoshida to come along and fix the entire thing. Let's see. Is there any hints? As opposed to his, yep.
Protect your son, Benjamin. Don't you see? Whatever your quarrels, his salvation could be yours.
According to him, everything's my fault. We've nothing left to say or to save.
All hail Yoshida-san. I can imagine
alcohol.
Filthy, I can just imagine you being like the call center of a World War II, of a Modern Warfare 2 lobby. So 600 XP, I can level up one thing. I will go to bed, I will go to sleep again here, then come back out and finish the rest of the hints for Xiaoshun. Well, this game, for fun, you can decide whether people live or die. I wonder... Now, wait, oh, shillings. Passive skills, that's 1,000. Also 1,000. A life regeneration, that's, I can inflict more damage with that one. Increase your blood capacity. Blood absorption, 600. Let's just increase the blood bag. Filthy, you do know that COD hasn't really changed all that much and you're still continuing on to buy them. They just do a little tweak every now and there just to... Oh. Okay, everyone's healthy. I feel like I'm about to kill the first person I meet now. Because I've let the meat here marinate for quite a while now. Everyone gets sick regularly if I kill them. So let's see, Xiaoshun, if I embrace her, there are no effects. Since Black Ops 4, and the reason I bought that was a group of friends playing it hardcore at the time. The only COD games I've played were Modern Warfare 1 and 2, and that was because my high school friends, they kinda broke the game and placed it on a USB for me. And I played those games for the story. I never played the multiplayer. I did for a little bit, for Modern Warfare 1. Oh no. And by God, the story of Modern Warfare 1 and 2 were good.
Good evening, Xiaoshun.
Yes.
Wang Shanghao, Dr. Reed. It's good to see you again.
Wang Shanghao? I can't understand that.
What are you doing with your time, now that you're back in Whitechapel?
I've decided to help the poor and sick of the neighborhood by handing out medicine.
Giving out medicine? How can you afford to do that?
I am a rich widow, Dr. Reed. My departed husband left me enough money to last the rest of my life. I can spend some on those who don't have any.
That's very charitable of you. But why do it at night?
I've noticed that the most desperate people tend to go out after dark. Hence my presence, to help them when I can.
So, I'm about to bite the widow.
To a better neighborhood.
I thought about it, I confess. To go back to the same empty home every day still hurts me a lot.
Why stay here then?
I am a woman of habit, Dr. Reed. And for now, I am happier being useful in a familiar place than I would be anywhere else.
Okay, Dor. Yep. How do you feel now? Still think.
Do you still think about your departed husband?
Of course I do. I'll never forget my beloved Matthew, but how do I put it? Now I miss him more than I want him back.
I know what you mean. And I think it means you're getting better.
Maybe death will take me the way it took Matthew, without warning and without mercy. But until then, I live on.
How do you feel now that you're back in Whitechapel?
I've decided to follow your advice, sir. I won't forget the dead, but my efforts will be for the living.
I've no doubt that is a wise and useful attitude in this part of town.
To be completely honest with you, I'm also doing this for myself. If I'm destined to survive this epidemic, I need my life to have some purpose.
Killed KD ratios.
Goodbye for now.
Okay, yep, I've discovered all the hints for her. So now... Hey Shield, let me ask you this. What was the best breakfast you've ever had in bed? Okay, these two. Let's see, Loretta Swanborough. There are no effects if I kill her and him, because they have no social circles within the game. But as for Loretta... Let's see. She... is a scam after learning hint 3. Okay, you must deal with her. I'm so tempted to drink blood. Pillow talk. Okay. Time to kill somebody. Hey chat, this guy I'm gonna kill. Shall I kill him? Just I'll provide you with the background. Just give me a moment. Let me run up to him first. He'll be the first one to die.
As long as you have the money.
Eat his ass. Ah, there you are. This guy.
Perhaps I should look into it.
You see, this guy is a prick of a landlord, extorts immigrants for money.
It's time to...
Mr. Bates.
Evening, Doctor.
So, yep,
What
here
is
you
your
go.
business exactly?
I offer fair lodgings for a modest price to the poor and weary of Whitechapel.
I see. And what about those who cannot pay?
Well, deals can be done, if you know what I mean. Money's not the only currency. After all, I'm not immune to a pretty face.
In other words, you take advantage of these poor lost souls.
Begging your pardon, I thought you was a man who could appreciate the complexity of the modern world. Things ain't just black and white, you know.
And listen to this.
It's unusual to see someone so happy around here, especially considering the current situation.
Why should I be sad now? There've always been wars, disease, tragedy. There always will be.
That's an unusual way of seeing things in these trying times.
I don't see why I should shed a tear for another man's woes. I'm healthy, and I intend to stay so.
Tell me, what's your honest opinion of the increasing violence in London?
People are just beginning to discover what we've always known. This city's rotten to the core. They just took their bloody time to wake up and notice it.
What do you mean?
People are acting like the violence is news.
One more.
I want to know everything about the recent violence, Cadogan. And I want the truth.
Well, rent may be a bit high, and yeah, I've had to evict a few people. But that's business, isn't it?
I don't believe even you deserve such a cruel fate, though you have tested my patience beyond its limit.
Glad to hear. Nice to know there's another civilized individual in these parts.
Goodbye, Mr. Bates.
There is a DLC where you can make him have a hat. So let's check his profile here. Cardigan Bates. He's making money by renting squalid flats to Whitechapel migrants. Cardigan Bates has been attacked by vengeful scouts he used to exploit as his tenants. And here in this one, they uses the nurse's dispensary as a fine thing, since she keeps his tenants, the immigrants, healthy, and they will keep pumping money for him. So, kill?
Mr. Bates.
Kill or spare?
Doctor.
Kill or spare? One last time. 1 out of 1. Kill. Okay. So, let's see. Mesmerize. Well, let's have a consensus, just to see. Okay. So, congratulations, Mr. Cardigan Bates. You are the first victim I will eat. I may not care about what you guys think, but I will let you guys be the judge of things. Now, embrace. That's my first kill.
Was I that evil to deserve such punishment? My only regret is that no one will mourn me, for I have never been loved.
The district will suffer the consequences of your actions. Oh, okay. I kind of led him away in the shadows. You're a monster. You got 1000 XP from him. Maximum of 1k. Yep. Treasure can be sold for 17 shillings or recycled. Okay. That was my first kill. They are healthy. So, let's plunge the district into no, wait, I can't. I killed him. The next one is the weird priest. Let's see. Embrace effects. Nobody, so there are no direct consequences. First kill. Now, let's aim for this one. What do you do? This is interesting. Huh? Diva? I thought you heard the whole thing. He's basically a shitty tenant. I mean, a shitty landlord who extorts his migrant who extorts his his tenants for money, the immigrants. And basically, if there's no money to be made, he basically trades skinship. Let's put it like that. Diva. Cardigan Bates, 45-year-old male, a crooked landlord from Whitechapel. Oh, okay. Give me a moment. Mr. Bates made his fortune offering accommodations to immigrants in need, then extorting them for rent at any cost. The extortion was so severe that many tenants had to sell themselves just to keep their mediocre shelters. Of course, Mr. Bates presented himself as a facilitator for such methods. He fished for most of these lost souls in Nurse Dorothy Crane's dispensary, selecting his future residents by the color of their skin and their difficulty in handling the language. He made no secret of his profound racism. The scowl that had attempted to kill him were former tenants, driven by the urge to avenge themselves and end the existence of their wretched landlord. Mr. Bates had a clear understanding about the villainy of his actions and the hatred people had for him. He died regretting his lack of loved ones. That was from the guy we just killed. We'll take care of this guy, priest. Okay, here you go. Here's the clues. So, Father Tobias Whitaker has already killed several sick people in his crusade to cleanse the city. Tobias wants to cleanse the epidemic by fire, which is literally burn the whole city to the ground. Believes the vicar of St. Mary's Church, Joseph Larrabee, is preaching a false faith. Tobias's crusade is funded by his apprentice grave-digging activity.
Your daily routine, unable to see the true horror around you.
So yeah, this priest guy, he's basically your typical Hollywood-style Christian man bad, essentially.
Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
It's Father Whitaker, my son. So, are you still lost in your rational delusions?
Why did you send Samuel to the cemetery, Tobias? What did you see there?
I sent him on a vision.
Oh, okay, we've already heard that one.
Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
It's fun.
So,
Tobias Whitaker, confess why you burnt those people alive.
I have done what no one was ready to do. I will smite the flesh of the unclean to protect the righteous.
You are just another heartless murderer, exploiting the epidemic to kill with impunity.
No! No. The only way to contain the spread is to strike at the source itself. The proliferating sick.
basically burn anybody who's been infected. To cleanse them.
You're not the savior of London. You're just a glorified sadist.
I take no pleasure in this awful cleansing, Dr. Reed. I am only driven by the thousands of innocents I save each night.
Life.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Fire is just the instinctive answer of a caveman facing something he does not understand. This is the 20th century.
Your lack of faith is predictable. But my task is to convince rational minds like yours to see the light. This is God's will.
You're mad and dangerous. You're nothing but a soulless butcher. A small-time Torquemada. The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free gift, go listen to the lies of that pompous fool, Joseph.
Joseph, a fool?
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
Ah, 5. Damn it.
I have heard enough for tonight. Goodbye.
Nah, he's got a point. Could have stopped COVID. I was not hoping to inject current day epidemic stuff into this, but you did it, Shield. She needs 3. I only have 2 on me. Damn it. So looks like I'll be doing Dorothy Crane's mission.
Its effectiveness has been proven by them.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Come on in.
That was a first kill. 2k XP, very nice. Very, very nice. There's a safe here.
It's locked, all right.
Seems, and I'm kind of lost, so I want the story info. Okay, basic summary. You're a doctor who just returned from the front lines of France. You're a field medic. While returning home to London, you get bitten by an unknown entity known. So vampire creators are called makers. You were bitten by a maker. So now you have to uncover who did this to you, and all the while trying to save London or burn London to the ground. Usually it's a very slow paced game, but with combat like Souls, you basically have to talk to people. The more you talk to them, the more hints you can unlock. Like for this one here, she is a Romanian immigrant who sells herself to make money to give to her brother back in Romania so that she can bring him over here. And if you're doing a killing nobody path, this is the chart to look at. The more healthier, the less people will get sick. So for example, you see those two like specks next to the portrait? Oh, there are a lot of nasties here, Diva. Those are representing sickness. So there's level 1, level 2, level 3 levels sickness. And you have to if you want to save everybody, you must craft medicine to save them. Hello there, Chell. We just killed our first person here. A crappy landlord who exploits his tenants, making sums, particularly of the female kind, to sell themselves. Enjoy. Okay, these two can be killed immediately. 4, 3. Okay, looks like I have to get higher. There is another hint. I thought you could be going. I thought you'd be gone to sleep by now, Chell. Safe there. So get out. That's a pathway out. Oh, there he is. He's dead. You know what, chat? I really love this coat that the character has on him. Lots of sick people. Blood pumping. Nothing here, nothing to collect. There is a chest here. She's the same as you guys, folks. She's from the USA.
Razvan, can you hear my voice?
Oh. Letter to Nurse Crane. When you read this letter, I'll be on the boat. We'll take enter Brasov, Transylvania. Theodora. 4k XP from a nurse. Oh, you'll enjoy it. The gameplay is a little clunky, and it may be prone to crashing, but you should have a very good experience with it. Be warned, you cannot reload your saves. You have to play it all in one playthrough when you screw up. Now, let's see. Blackmail.
I need help.
Hello there, Dorothy.
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Raz Van Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, head pain, diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Thank you, nurse. Anything else I should know?
He did lose consciousness this morning, but he's never had convulsions like these.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalpel! Hand me that scalpel!
What can I do, Doctor?
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy? Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Don't question me, nurse. I need a drain. Now.
Yes, Doctor. He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, Doctor?
I can't see. I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, Doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor.
A dose of epinephrine, now.
Yes, Doctor. We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Yes, I know. You are true to your reputation, Dr. Reed. Dedicated and precise. No one could have done more.
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but... I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
Chill. No simping here. Okay, Filthy, thanks. Go look. Go get the wife up for work. Pain from the surgery.
I doubt you're here to test my bedside manners.
Also, just so you know, the character's eyes right now are white.
To what do I owe this courtesy?
The more you kill your victims, the more red your eyes become. So if you kill everybody, they'll be bloodshot red. And also, what was it? What was it? The medications they speak of, they are technically real. Not like, I think they were actually, they studied, like, they checked, historical records for, like the mixtures, the chemicals used to make the medicine. Just not sure, like, I'm not sure entirely.
This is an unfitting place.
It's locked.
Dr. Reed. You shouldn't be here. Razvan was getting better with the treatment. I don't understand. I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
I've come to put an end to this insufferable blackmailing, Dorothy.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
But why Lady Ashbury? Why her, of all people?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the poor for sport. I have her where she belongs, and I'll milk her for all she's got.
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest man. He wouldn't have refused your friend's care at Pembroke.
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for everything.
So, the end justifies the means. Is that your defense?
I know you're kind, Doctor. Just another fine-heeled, silver-spooned gentleman who was given the world on a platter. You know nothing of poverty. Nothing of the shame, the hunger, the loneliness.
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to...
Well, the poor... Well, she's Romanian, she's helping her fellow immigrants out. The person she's blackmailing also happens to be a huge sponsor to the hospital she was working at. And that sponsor is also a vampire. But, as we'll later see, I know this already, the vampire, the sponsor, is she only kills those who are like nearing death's bed, like are about to pass anyway. She just provides them with relief and then just drains them of their blood. When they die, of course. And that's, yeah, the answer to you, Filthy.
Turn me over to the authorities?
I've spared her once. You become... if you spare her, she will resign from the hospital, and she becomes a merchant. You can buy everything from her, medical supplies from her. Embrace, that means you kill her. Charm, you basically break her mind, making her forget everything, but she becomes infected and becomes a monster in the end. I'm going for kill everyone route. You can kill her now, but she needs a mesmerization. mesmerize level of 2, which you do get later on in the game, and you level up your mesmerize level. So that means when she becomes a merchant, you can kill her then as well. But I've got all 3 of her hints, and she offers a grand total of 4K. She offers a grand total of 4K XP. So chat, I will bite.
Nurse Crane, there is no question that the work you've done here is extraordinary, but this dispensary is incapable of coping with the outbreak. It's only a question of days before the situation at hand will overwhelm us. I cannot allow it. It's my duty to put an end to this immediately.
I'm not ashamed. I did what was right. For in the end, I saved lives and you took them. But we had so much in common, Doctor. Don't you see that?
New citizens available to kill. Small key. She's dead. 7, that gave me 4. I had 1k XP. I killed her for 2k. I killed her for 4k, that's 5k, and then I got an extra 2k.
It's locked.
Is that the chest? Small key and treatment for headache, medical voucher, treatment for cold, treatment for fatigue. Supplies. Oh, that's a lot. Beautiful flower. So, Chell, did you wish you were the nurse who was bitten? Oh. Chell, did you wish you were the nurse who was bitten? And Diva, did you also wish the same?
Oh, this one stinks already.
Level 10. So I got boatloads of XP. So Chell, does this game interest you yet? It's a shame you can't customize the looks of people in this. Okay, they're all dead. The patients are dead. Let me get a good look at that doctor so I can decide. And yes, of course it does interest you. You can, in the cutscenes, you can see his face has a bit of facial scarring from working as a field medic in the war. Hello there. I love his overcoat. Kirkman Cadet. Rookie.
It's a leech! Kill it! He's dead! I'll kill it!
Ah, such a relief where you can just go on an all-out killing spree. Vampire vision. So we killed the nurse. How much money do we have? 985 shillings. We've killed her. That means the embrace. Okay, 27-year-old female Mrs. Crane, born Crăciunescu, grew up in Romanian Transylvania. Romanian patriot and partisan who dedicated herself to the independence of her country. Slaughter of her loved ones. Fled to England with her sister and her brother-in-law. Lived as exiles. Worked as a nurse. She was working as a nurse back in Romania. Spanish flu. Darius Petrescu, another Romanian activist. Therefore, she made some dubious choices and alliances to finance this illegal haven. Dorothy stole, bribed, and even blackmailed the wealthy to get the money to support it. The night she suspected Lady Ashbury of deviant attitudes, even without realizing what kind of deadly foe she was threatening, she went one step too far. As she died in my arms, she remembered all the legends from her homeland and found the energy to scold me for what I was and what I chose to do. Never surrendered, even in death. You get 4K from this soul. Darius. I have level 2 now.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed.
Oh.
Come on in. Yes?
Tell me everything.
I do not believe...
Okay, nothing here.
Tell me
I do not...
Personal questions? Nope.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
So he doesn't know that I've killed her friend nurse. Now, it's time to go level up. Where's the safe house? Ah, yes, down here. That means everybody will be sick because they've lost the pillar of the community. Chill, you have too much horny energy and too much simping. Now, 7k XP, I can finish leveling up all the Whitechapel. Okay, let's see how... No. Let's see. I have 4 fatigue, 8... Oh, that requires a lot. Level 3 sicknesses. That is a lot. I can break these down now. Cardigan's treasure. Paid as payment. Receive as payment for due rent. Alarm clock, music box, broken watch. It can be sold. Large box of pills. Recycle these. Rusty box of pills. Cigarette. cheap bottle of gin. Small bag of junk, high resale value. Average resale value. Well, you ain't gonna need the resale values much if you're gonna kill all of them. Now, time to level up and sleep it off. Oh my god, okay, the eyes are red. The eyes are red. Okay, the eyes are red now. That means I've killed more than my fair share. He's becoming a vampire overlord. Usually the part outside of the iris is white to symbolize no killing, but now I've killed. So I'm at the 600 level 4, level 4, 3. Alright, but I'm gonna hit the hay. Thanks for all the support, buddy. I'll be in the stream tomorrow. Yep, thanks. Alright, Shield, go rest. Thanks for the raid. And no worries about the support. I'll always support everybody. Okay, 600. Increase your blood. Increase your bite. Okay. Bite. Finally. Bite. That's 4 levels. That's 4. 4. 4. Yes, morning on a technicality. Yep, that's done. So this one that requires 2k. I don't have enough. I can. That's a 1k. Oh, this one sounds fun. You hold them by their blood. I'll just get one of each skill. Duration 5 seconds. Vampires are afraid of suffering damage that are familiar to the hardiness ability. Oh, okay. That's defensive, so these... Do you activate them? Tactical. Okay, that's the traversal ability. You perform a supernatural move. Level 17. And 500. Shadow Veil. So much ability, so little XP. Okay, yeah, let's just confirm. What happens? Because I've killed the pillar. Oh! Fight against the rise of crime, yet more proof of the violence and danger that lurks in London. A young nurse, Miss Dorothy Crane, was found dead yesterday morning behind the walls of what seemed to be an illegal dispensary where the local sick sometimes went to get medical support from unidentified activists. There was no doubt about the cause. Okay, has died from blood loss following what the police described as a massive wound to her throat. That macabre scene was but the epitome of the current situation in Whitechapel. Hey Chell, did you know that Whitechapel was the area of murder for the Jack the Ripper killings? Has been closed by the decision of London, and as always, the soft and level minds that read check can only increase the mortality rate. Okay, gotta heal everybody. fatigue, 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 headache, fatigue, bronchitis, change, major activities, pneumonia, critical. Okay, gotta craft more medicine to save everybody. At least stop them from dying. Bronchitis, sepsis, I got 2, pneumonia, headache, cold, yep. Now, time to go save people. I've killed 2 people right now. Vampires. If I remember correctly, this is the traditional spelling for vampire, with a Y. Oh, it's the word for vampire in Nordic, Eastern, Central European languages. I see. Well, Filthy, if you are too tired to keep watching, maybe just go to sleep. Thanks for coming in to stay in chat, and for your trolling. Really appreciate those. Ooh.
I'm used to seeing death.
Good evening, Xiaoshu.
晚上好, Doc.
Life in London, nothing, medical checkup.
How do you feel? Physically speaking, I mean.
I don't
Thanks, Filthy.
feel good,
Have a good night's
Dr.
rest.
Reed. Not at all.
Give
You
medicine.
should recover quickly after taking this.
Thank you, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, that's 50. And Darius was expelled from his home.
Good evening, Mr. Petrescu. What are you doing here?
I could ask you the exact same question, Mr. Doctor. Now leave me alone.
I heard what happened to Nurse Crane. How do you feel, Mr. Petrescu?
Everything was going well until you arrived.
Ooh.
Dorothea helped people and will be sorely missed.
Okay, chill. You go sleep again after waking up. Thanks for coming in and sticking around and thanks for coming sticking around to chat, and for the simping of this main character here. Good night, or good morning by a technicality. Let's see. Petrescu. Because I... Small safe.
I regret it too. I wish she'd continued working at the Pembroke Hospital. She was a good nurse.
So you put an end to the operation. Did you put an end to Dorothea as well?
You seem to have a lot on your chest, sir. What's wrong?
I could ask you a lot of questions, Dr. Reed. Questions about what happened to Dorothea when you visited her.
Ask any questions, Mr. Petrescu. But be prepared for answers you may not like.
No, Mr. Doctor. I will keep my mouth shut. For I am just an old, infirm immigrant that no one would believe anyway.
Ooh, okay, got one.
How do you feel, Mr. Petrescu? Do you need my help?
I would not even accept fresh water from you, Doctor. I don't need your help.
Yes, you do. Please, take this. You'll feel better.
I said I don't want anything. But I'll keep this for those who really need it.
Goodbye, Min.
That one's healthy.
How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy.
Uh-huh. There's no questions. Nope.
Do you need assistance?
Please. Feeling tired these days.
There you go. Let's hope nobody steals it from you.
Very funny.
Goodbye.
I hear people coughing like crazy. Oh, there you are.
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, miss.
You don't seem well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel ill, sir. It's like I'm never right.
I can try to help your body heal.
War.
Mm-hmm. Looks like I can still enter. Oh, okay. It's been closed. Rats?
It's locked, all right.
Kill him to get the safe key. Okay. Okay, Whitechapel. So now, go through here. Fatigue. Fatigue. Healthy.
You again?
Can I offer you my medical expertise, Mr. Peterson?
Keep your medicines for others.
There is a thin line between pride and stupidity, sir. Please, take this medication. You'll feel better.
All right. I'll take it then. It's not like I don't appreciate the gesture.
Goodbye.
Now, more medicine.
Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure. Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
So, may I ask...
I'm not bothered.
Do you need any medical help, young man?
Yes, I do. I feel so tired. I don't know if it's the epidemic, but everything seems so hard.
You'll feel better with this. But you need to get a grip, young man. Medication alone won't cure.
I'm not sure I'm happy with the idea of living long in a world like this. But I thank you for your concern, sir.
Goodbye, young.
Is there only pain and suffering?
He has fatigue.
Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
It's fun.
Don't you fear getting sick yourself?
Faith gives me all I need, my son. If I must fall, then so be it.
No doubt your faith will prevail. But let me give you some extra protection against the devil's work. Medicine.
Blessed be your generosity, my son.
I have...
This one's healthy. Where the hell is she? Ah, there she is. Sepsis. It's an N. It's a medical condition of the heart. Sepsis. Sepsis.
Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind?
Clayton's feelings towards you are romantic and serious. Is this feeling mutual, Christina?
That is the least of my concerns, Dr. Reed. Perhaps Clayton has time to think about these things, but I don't.
If you had time to question your heart, what would it say?
That men are pigs. But it doesn't bother me as long as they pay.
Goodbye. Good evening.
Change.
Oh, set this.
Do you need any assistance, Miss Popper?
It depends on the price of your medicine.
I am shocked that you would...
Forgive my suspicion.
Goodbye.
100. Okay, that's level 3. Now, let's check the district. Heal, 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 heal. Only him. But I haven't discovered him exactly, so... What level of mesmerize am I at? Level 2. I can't kill them all yet.
Good evening, Mr. Nivicott.
And good evening to you too, my good sir. Can I be of any help?
I will be back in a moment. Alright people, I am back. So, personal questions? Nope. Nope.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
It may be wise to let you prescribe me something. I don't feel like I should.
I understand your appetite for words and macabre beauty, sir. But you should be more careful.
The nutrition of my mind is more important than my physical health. But I appreciate your concern.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
Okay, they've healed. So now everyone in district is healed. Swansea. I'll try to keep this district alive until I'm mesmerization level 3, and I have found all the Braille. Alright, return to Lady Ashbury. I can run down here and go here. see.
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Kill it, boy!
Oh.
Burn it, boys! Burn! Die, burn it! You're not like kindling!
Thank you. Okay. Now, let's see, let's cross out some weapons. Used machete is this one. Used scythe. Bludgeon used bludgeon, okay. Used hacksaw. Barbed. Two-handed barbed cudgel. Clay Cox, Newton. Whitechapel used hatchet. It's this one. West End common axe, and there's no axe here. Offhand, used stake. Used Liston knife. Used, yep. Got this. Used Pritwin. Guns. Used Lapura and used revolver. Okay. Right, that way.
I can't believe I'm doing this. This is despicable.
Okay, that's it. Nothing here.
I cannot enter.
Alright, okay. Sewers. Right. Okay. Okay. Nothing cost. Okay. Let's see. So okay, it can reach healthy, but it'll never reach sanitized. Oh. Okay. He's dead. This one. I'll do this one. Hello there, cat. Okay, wander that way. Can't go that way.
Leech spotted! Watch out, boys! It's mine! I'll take it!
Cat, 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 cat.
Ain't safe here for a gentleman. Elite! Elite! We have to stop it!
What's this? Details. He suspects the present shortage might incline his supply to sell the badge to a more eminent doctor.
Opium is one of the main ingredients of Strickland's medication. Never a good move.
Now, we're on the other side. Okay. opens up the docks. $5. That's right, that goes to Pembroke, okay. Right, that way goes out, but no. That way. Oh no, Nick. Hello there, first time chat? Boris Bear with that puss. Puss? Wait, who are you? Are you from somewhere I should know, Nick? Oh, hello there. How's your day been? Migraine. Oh god, please don't break. Time to heal everybody in here.
Hello again, Mr. Blight.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
Afraid so. In the war, I was always worried about picking up something, getting some infection. Unfortunately, got that fear in London now.
Throughout history, some diseases have done more damage to armies than any weapon created by man. You were wise to be careful.
You're working at the Pembroke Hospital, aren't you? That's a good...
Goodbye. Good evening.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Do you need medical attention?
Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm grateful for what you've done, but I've never felt comfortable with doctors.
I'm certain you have your reasons. But let me assure you, I'm not like other doctors you may have consulted with.
It is true. You risked your life to save me, after all. It would be impolite to refuse your counsel.
Goodbye.
Next. Clay Cox is good. Newton, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you require medical assistance, Nurse?
I will be fine, as soon as I can get some sleep.
Nurse, you won't be able to help people if you're sick. Take this, and do try to get some rest.
I'll try, Dr. Reed. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Lady Ashbury. He's fine. The mother needs fatigue. Tippets needs no fatigue. So 2 fatigues, 3 fatigues, cold, fatigue, healthy.
Oh, please spare me, Dark Queen.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Do you need medical help yourself, Nurse?
I'm afraid I've contracted some illness, Dr. Reed.
Not under my watch, Nurse. Take this. You'll feel better.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Come on.
Goodbye,
Now.
Nurse.
Harriet Jones. Time to go craft a few more medical kits. He's fatigue. So that counts up to about fatigue, 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 and fatigue. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 fatigue.
The life running in your veins. This dead flesh needs it.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
Not really. I think I caught something in this bloody hospital. I swear I'm dead, yet smiling inside, Dr. Reed.
As long as you remain here, I will make sure you don't have to worry about your health.
Don't think you can do much about it. Damage is done.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Let's see. Thelma, Rakesh.
Will this shift never end?
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Do you need my assistance?
Don't be ridiculous. I'm capable of dealing with this myself. I've just not taken the time to do so.
Then you are lucky that I have taken the time to do so. Consider it a gesture of solidarity between professionals.
I wish this hospital could have received as much attention from you, Dr. Reed.
What an absolute
We do
shit.
not see you in surgery very often.
Thank you for...
Rakesh.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Do you need medical attention?
Well, the proximity of the dead is not the most healthy company, even if the quiet can be appreciated.
Don't take too many risks with your health, Mr. Chidana. None of us are immune to this disease.
And that is a good thing. Death and disease is a constant reminder of our mortality. But you have my thanks, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Miss.
Strickland. Fatigue. Wait. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Is there anything else that's bothering you? Can I help in any way?
Really? Why has no one else asked me that since I got here? I thought I was in a hospital.
Unfortunately, you are not the only person who needs help. And complaining about it won't do you any good.
Well, perhaps you're right, Dr. Reed. I'm sure if me missus was still alive, she wouldn't be happy with me going on like this.
Goodbye for now, Miss.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Do you require medical attention as well, Mrs. Goswick?
Do you know you're the only one who's asked me this? No. I don't feel well, actually.
Have you played this game, Nick?
Despite what you think about this place, I can tell you with absolute certainty, taking this will help you recover.
Well, at least your reputation seems well deserved. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for this hospital.
Goodbye, Mrs. Gospel.
Yeah, Nick, have you played this game? And if so, how many times have you played it, and what kind of playthroughs have you done? For me, I've done I'm currently doing a kill everyone playthrough. I have previously done a spare everyone playthrough. Once or twice.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm afraid I do. Like everyone in this hospital. It's a sad state of affairs when even the hospital workers are worried about disease.
Our job brings us into contact with all kinds of infections, Milton. There's no shame in being ill while you're in a hospital.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor. I get the feeling you don't fall sick often. But thanks, anyway.
Goodbye, Milton.
Vampires don't get sick. 3k, so now talk to Strickland. Strickland's there.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
I located the shop, but it was vandalized, and the owner is missing. All I found was your order.
I was afraid of such bad news. People are so desperate they're ready to burgle a shop for drugs.
That's quite a list you ordered. Opium, sodium hypochlorite. It can't be just headaches you're trying to cure.
It's dreadful influenza, of course. I already ran some tests on hopeless cases. Without success, I must admit.
Do you realize you could create a lethal poison without the correct dosage?
Really?
Then there are the legal ramifications.
Is this not true of any medical substance, Dr. Reed? However, if you would agree to improve it, I'd be glad to accept your help.
As long as you promise to be scrupulous with your experiments, I may try to gather these substances, and even help improve upon the mixture.
That's all I'm asking for, Dr. Reed. That's all I'm asking.
Healthy. You've been never able to save everybody.
I want to know about these secret tests you run.
Yeah, it is really hard to save everybody since you will be constantly underleveled. Me, I just went around curing everybody, tried to farm as much XP as I can. 5 XP for even the most highest level of enemy. Jesus, that is a little.
And if they can save people from this epidemic, speak to me now, Thoreau.
I know I may sound presumptuous, but I'm just following your steps, Dr. Reed. I'm casting away the shadows of ignorance by daring to face them.
Self-confidence is essential in our line of work, my young colleague. But only if tempered with the correct amount of cynicism.
But you never doubt yourself, Dr. Reed. I've read all your articles and books. You performed the most daring research during the war.
Strickland. Okay, let's try this.
Don't you think we have enough work already? Perhaps now is not the best time to be chasing shadows.
Chasing shadows, really? It's funny those words coming from the only doctor here who has spent more time outside this hospital than in.
Okay, I have not locked the hint out. 2 hints required.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Everyone's an absolute ass in this
I
game.
can't let Strickland put his patients at risk with opium. Perhaps an adjusted formula will deliver more of a placebo effect.
An adjusted formula.
Not now.
Oh, for fuck's sake. 1 unit of sodium hypochlorite, potassium pomegranate. What facts? What exactly am I making? Gather the ingredients. 6 units. Have that? Well, yeah, I have that. Yeah, I have that. To medical disc. Oh.
Strickland's project could be dangerous. I have a mind to report him to Dr. Aykroyd.
So, missing ingredients. What to do? If you give the formula, you explain that to placebo as a run test. You will lock the cat regardless of the choice. You're given the key to the other doctor's office and put the medication. Oh, were you stating facts as to what I was doing, like running around farming XP, and how they only gave 5 XP for even the strongest of enemy? I feel like I was referring to that. Yeah, there's a time delay in terms of... Pardon me, sneezing. Yeah, the chat in response to my questions, or when I'm chatting. So, give him this.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
How does it feel to be a new vamp? It feels so much more fun than playing on a save everyone path. Just killing people, absorb their blood, XP, and then just level up, become the strongest you can.
I have managed to improve the mixture by diluting it. Have you ever heard of Sir Joseph Francis Olive? Or the placebo effect?
No, I don't think so. Why?
A placebo is a substance or procedure that has no actual physical effect.
You made a placebo of my project. Why?
Research has established that a placebo, as long as the subject believes in the effect, can provoke a positive physiological reaction.
Really? That's fascinating. And you want me to, what, administer the placebo and see what occurs?
Something like that, yes.
Well, I'm a bit surprised, but I trust you, Dr. Reed. Please take the key to my cabinet and put this placebo there for future use.
Goodbye, Doc.
Bloody hell. Oh, the other way. Who the hell is howling in this game? Okay, here. Anything to grab? And nothing. What's this? Goswick's medical. So, starting to sign a flu, Kane needs rest.
It's locked.
Okay.
It's locked, all right.
They need the key, okay. This, and Flanagan, let it Dr. Swansea.
At
least Strickland can't kill anyone with this formula.
It's locked.
Right. Hints. Now, oh, hello there.
I'm quite busy.
There's no questions.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
Now, let's see. Have I got all the hints for him? No, okay. I trust your judgment, and you'll assume the consequence is quite a conservative point of view.
If you are going to lead this surgery, I'm trusting you to assume the consequences of your actions, whatever the result.
I'm not the kind of man who runs away from his responsibilities, Dr. Reed. There is no need for you to be looking over my shoulder.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Done. And personal questions.
Do you think Dr. Strickland has any chance of curing the Spanish flu by himself?
His wish to cure the sick is not driven by pride, but by an idealistic view about our mission here. Honestly, I don't know which is worse.
You consider him a good practitioner, yet you will not report his methods.
Strickland may be a rival, but I will not use dirty tricks or regulations to prove him wrong. We are doctors, not politicians.
Okay. Yep, one more hint.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you.
Did you know Dr. Ackroyd never reported your experimental research, despite the fact he doesn't agree with it?
Really? I didn't suspect he knew about my work. I must confess I am surprised.
Perhaps he thinks you should realize for yourself the danger of what you're doing.
See how condescending he can be? My God, he can be so irritating.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland. Good evening.
Good evening, Doc.
Nope.
Goodbye for now.
I will not let you down, my boy.
This hospital seems to be falling apart. But in the circumstances, I'm
Nope.
willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Spanish flu.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Your medical report says you're not affected by the Spanish flu. What do you think of that, Mortimer?
Does it make me happy? Not in the slightest. If it was up to me, I would have left this place long ago. I know I don't belong here.
And why do you think you don't belong here?
I know the staff have more important things to do than look after me. There's plenty of patients here who need their attention.
I have to go now.
Let's see. Key to doctor's office. Small keys.
Doctor.
Okay. So let's see how healthy everybody is. Everyone's healed. There's a note for Nurse Brandigan. I can't get into the office now. There you are.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
According to the report I read, your unprofessional conduct put a patient in danger, Gwyneth.
That's not true. I know when my patient's life is at risk, and I'm more competent than a lot of doctors that I know. Problem is, I'm a woman.
I don't see what your gender has to do with your abilities, Nurse.
Yes, nurse. Because I'll never be a doctor, no matter what my skills. I could make a decision that could save a life, but oh no, that's unbecoming conduct.
Ooh. Oh, new followers, Deadbolt. Welcome. Not welcome. Thank you for the follow on my PSN. Let's try this.
You're mistaken, Nurse Brannigan. To be forbidden to enter medical school because of your gender is one thing. To break hospital rules is another.
To have the right to study shouldn't be determined by sex, skin, or wealth. That's all I'm saying.
That's all 3 hints.
Goodbye, Nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Whoa, more viewers, welcome. Up to 9 now. Very slow paced of Vampyr. So now I've got all the hints. I'm level 17. I shall... So let's see. Let's check. Everyone's healed. If I sleep, everyone should be healed. This one, it's in critical. Everyone is healed except for this one. I need to progress further in the story.
I would ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
Ooh, in the end you're a killer. Compassion only hides your appetite. Trusted you.
Hiding your true appetites behind a facade of compassion. Bravo. Very clever indeed.
Spare me your sarcasm, Jonathan. You are but newly born in this world.
So in the end, the accusation was true, wasn't it?
The situation is somewhat awkward nonetheless. I have not been observed sustaining myself for many decades. I have to say I'm a trifle embarrassed.
Anyway, I have concluded my inquiries concerning your blackmailer.
I see. Please excuse my agitated state. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let anyone see me in this condition.
The case is closed. Permanently. You will not be bothered anymore by the woman.
And who was this woman?
If you must know, she worked under my employ as Nurse Crane. But I'll wager that's not what will be written on her gravestone.
You killed her? Is that what you consider discretion and diplomacy, Dr. Reed?
I did what I thought was best, and acted accordingly.
You will learn that trust is a rare and precious commodity in the Immortals' world, my young doctor. And your actions have not induced me to offer you my support.
I've been away from London and England for 3 years.
3 years.
This isn't the city I remember.
Things have gone from bad to worse here, Jonathan. I've lived in this city for a long time, and I've never seen it like this.
Oh no, Nick followed you. Thank you, Nick, for following. Really appreciate you doing that. We're up to 87 followers now. Wonder if we can hit 90 sometime in the week.
The Spanish flu has hit London that bad.
Yes, but it's not just that. I've heard things. Things I've not heard for a very, very long time. There are whispers in the shadows. Something far worse than the Spanish flu is here in the city.
What is it you fear?
Fear has long since flown this form. But there is something malevolent circling us. I feel fear is merely waiting in the wings.
When I awoke, changed, I was chased and attacked by vampire hunters. Prepared and well-trained.
Though I can't be certain. More than likely, it was the once glorious Guard of Priwen.
Guard of Priwen.
Once glorious, but still dangerous.
They have seen better days, but all fanatics are dangerous. You would be wise to stay clear. They are sworn to destroy our kind.
You make them sound like some sort of cult.
More a society. And like all the best ones, a secret society. I thought them almost gone, but it seemed they have been recruiting.
Are there many vampires here in London?
Immortals are of a rare breed, and we often tend to hide. But you may occasionally meet some of us at night.
Will they all be as affable as you, my lady?
I do not see why not. But remember, even the shark smiles before he bites.
That sounds like a lesson from experience.
Vampire politics are as intricate and sometimes tedious as a game of chess in a gentleman's club. I've learned from experience it is best to decline to play.
Do you know any of them? Have you an idea of the identity of the vampire who attacked me?
You mean your maker? No, Jonathan, I have no clue. But I fear he or she is as careless as cruel. To let you discover your new condition by yourself.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, you may discover an immortal in the deep of the night. But we are a rare and reclusive breed. Our progeny is almost never accidental.
Why did you save me in the canning factory?
I could hardly stand by and watch such a promising young blood as yourself be torn to shreds by some gutter scowl.
What type of vampire is a Scar?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild, slaves to their baser instincts.
William Bishop wasn't the vampire that created me then?
No, Jonathan. Whatever their strength and demeanor, Scowls are the progeny of careless vampires. It cannot be the other way round.
Okay.
What type of vampire?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild, slaves to...
Why does Dr. Swansea allow you to feed on the patients of the hospital?
Dr. Swansea is a good and compassionate man. He is trying to find a solution for our... hunger. Until that happens, he is clever enough to understand that I only feed upon the dying.
And no one suspected you of the murders?
As you well know, suspicion has recently fallen on me of killing for pleasure. But you have my word, Jonathan. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
What do you know about this Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole?
The Brotherhood is well known amongst London Vampire Society. As long as our kind is discreet, and as long as they do not interfere, we have come to a mutual understanding.
I know this is beyond the pale, but may I inquire your age?
Really? And I thought you were gentlemen. If you must know, I'm 27. I've been 27 for a long time now, and 27 I shall remain.
Very well. But I believe there is more to this than you are saying.
A lady has to have some secrets.
And who bestowed upon you this eternal youth?
My maker. He left this isle a long time ago.
A vampire? Is that what I am? What we are?
Such a crude word, defined by penny dreadfuls and drunken hacks. No. You are now an Ekon, and that you shall remain.
So we are Ekons. How can I identify us amongst other vampires?
How to put it? All Ekon are vampires, but all vampires are not Ekon. We are but a branch of the immortal tree.
All Ekons are vampires. Not all vampires are Ekons. So he's a more better version of a vampire. Vampire tree, and Ekon is an off-breed. Okay.
Are you an Ekon too?
Yes, I am. We are the closest thing to what man refers to as vampires. Forget what you think you know about us.
I've been hearing a voice talking in my head. Is this some kind of insanity? It feels like the voice of the vampire that created me.
Hush. Tell no one this. It would be unwise to talk of such things amongst British immortals. Speak no more of your maker.
How could this cause offense?
Only the powerful immortals can mentally call to their progeny. No vampire or hunter will sleep easy, knowing that an unidentified elder is stalking the streets of London.
Excuse my forwardness, but... are you my maker?
Me? Goodness, no. Only a foolish immortal would create a progeny without taking precaution, and I'm no fool.
I don't understand. Why was I created and then left for dead?
That is a question only the one who made you can answer. It's not normal practice. I doubt even if you find him, he will answer you, considering how cruelly he treated you.
So me being a vampire could have been a mistake.
I very much doubt it, Jonathan. Contrary to the legends, it is not as simple to make another vampire by just biting someone.
I'd like to avoid creating another vampire by mistake anyway. Tell me, how is it done?
The process is dangerous. It could even kill your potential progeny. If you did decide to sire an offspring, they must drink of your blood, Jonathan.
I bid you farewell. For now, my lady. I must quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient.
Okay. Almost 2k XP. Analyze the blood sample.
Razvan Vasily was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Scowls. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? I should talk to Dr. Swansea about it.
Chapter 13. What mission am I on to? Oh, okay. Done. Need these two. Alright, so I need these three. Okay. So how the hell do I find their medical records? Strickland needs the third one. Inside is a dresser to the north of the room. Oh, okay, I forgot to read it, okay. There it is. That's the last hint. And let's see, Harvey.
I'm quite busy right now.
Nope. Here.
What do you think of Dr. Tippett's opinion of your promotion, Waverley?
Tippett is a good practitioner. Maybe just a little too attached to his prestigious position at the Pembroke Hospital.
Really? That's exactly his diagnosis of you. A little too eager to get promoted? A little bit too proud?
He has the right to think so. But I deserve this promotion, and I don't consider it anything but well earned.
1, 2, 3, done. Done.
Thank you for your time.
Be sure we're making a difference. Waste your time with me.
This hospital seems to be...
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed.
Tell me, Thoreau, what's the real cause of your dislike for Dr. Ackroyd?
He refuses to admit that your blood transfusion technique is the only way to save Mr. Fiddick. I'm convinced we must use it.
What Dr. Ackroyd really said is that you lack the skill to perform this operation efficiently. Is there anything you have to say about this?
It's a false conceit. Dr. Ackroyd secretly envies your reputation. His jealousy blinds him. I'm not the real target here.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Okay, now Harvey.
You always knew the words to...
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
It's hint 1, I believe. Oh, okay.
Goodbye for now.
Always knew the words to calm the children, Helen. As for me... What a blundering idiot.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
You seem worried about the safety of your family. And it's obviously the reason why your wound troubles you so much.
I cannot give up on my children now. They both need me living.
What about their mother, if I may ask?
She died in 1915 during one of the first Zeppelin raids. We never found her body.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick.
Sweet girl. Reads me like a book.
This hospital seems to be but in circumstances.
Evening, Edgar. Could I get your professional opinion?
Please speak, but I have something important to tell you.
This strain of flu, it's very different from the one I saw in Europe. It's downright peculiar.
Really? What makes you say that?
I've just looked at the blood of one of our recently deceased.
I see. Do you have anything more to go on?
This disease spreads and looks like the Spanish flu, but its effects differ greatly. The London strain is different from the continental one.
This is very interesting. Did you find something else?
Yes. Unlike the flu, the infected begin to show an increase in outwardly aggressive behavior. More than simple agitation. Once docile people become violent.
You mean like rabies? Is there a chance we could create a vaccine, Jonathan, like Pasteur? By the stove, that would be smashing.
There's a lot we're not seeing here. But it is spreading, and quickly. If we don't act, the whole city could be lost.
But Jonathan, we've a fantastic opportunity sitting right here in front of us. A weapon of choice.
What on earth do you mean?
Why, you, my dear boy. With your expertise and your blood, we could isolate the properties that course through your veins. Think about the possibilities.
But the risk of infection using vampire blood could compound the situation.
I know, but your blood now carries remarkable regenerative properties. With our minds and your blood, there's nothing we couldn't cure.
We'll discuss this more later. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Jonathan. But as I said, I needed to talk to you. I have some rather bad news.
Yes?
I'm afraid it's your sister.
My sister?
She's to be buried this evening at Whitechapel Cemetery. Your mother published the obituary this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences.
Okay, let me just check the West End citizens. But, burying the past. Mary Reed. How many people have I killed? Nobody? 2. I've only killed 2, so hopefully I'll avoid killing any more until I find Mary.
I never thought I would have to attend my murdered sister's funeral. Mary, I can't forgive myself. I'll find the truth about what happened to us. I swear. My dear sister, I don't know if I have the strength.
That's 15. Yep.
Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father, the soul of our sister departed, and we commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Why kill my Mary and stick her here in this cold, god-awful place?
These are the legal requirements for the epidemic, madam.
Oh, Avery, I feel so tired. Please take me out.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? If I could only change one thing. One thing. This is a nightmare.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
I wish the tears would come. But I'm empty. And I feel a hypocrite.
Let your pain run free, Jonathan. Don't smother it. What you feel is your humanity. Don't be so quick to lose it.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
How is it possible? Tell me. Is it so easy to take a life every night, and then just smile and nod at those you spared?
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies, feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me. You felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many friends. Loved ones I cherished. Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
Thank you, my lady. I will.
Good. But be careful. If I found you here, others may too.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
Alright, I'll avoid killing until I reach, until I see the Mary boss fight.
Crush the leech, boys!
Hello. That's 5 XP.
And off to church he goes, a newborn seeking divine consent to lick the blood from the soft and pointy crown.
Who are you? Make yourself known.
Newborn, you reek of guilt and pointless compassion. Shed your skin, forget your old weaker self.
What do you want from me?
Ascalon does not approve of lone wolves who bring unwanted eyes to our pastures.
So your name is Ascalon?
Ascalon's will is vampire law. Learn them, abide by them, or I shall return as your judge and jury.
These immortals try my patience with their plans and unsolicited counsel.
It's a leech! Kill it! Shit, that leech is tough!
Yes? What is it that you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour.
No worries, my son. I'm still quite awake, having just returned from a funeral.
Yes, I know. I've forgotten what I wanted. I don't know.
May I help you, child? You seem somewhat perturbed.
I haven't the strength to cross the threshold. I wish to pray, to cleanse my soul.
The church is shut by order of the bishop. But I'm still the vicar of St. Mary's, if that is any use to you, my son.
You seem to me a good soul, Vicar. But this is a personal matter.
There are no secrets from God, my son. If your heart needs comfort, Consider me your chapel, for I can be as silent as stone.
I've words for one departed. They're not for living ears to hear.
Your eyes burn with rage, yet I see the pain that lies beyond. I am here to lighten the burden of all God's creatures. Whatever you tell me is between us and the Lord.
Very well, priest. As you seem quite adamant.
Open your heart, my son. Tell me what burdens you. With whom do you wish to speak?
She was my sister.
You seem so troubled by the loss of this girl. What happened to her?
She was murdered.
I see. And how are you feeling, my son?
I feel responsible. The pain is consuming me.
I have a final question for you, my son. This is of the utmost importance.
Ask your question, Vicar.
What words would you like to say to your poor sister?
I killed you. There's no excuse. My dear Mary, forgive me.
You have been heard, my son, and your burden will lighten if your words are sincere. Go in peace now, and live your life in the way she would have wanted.
There. I confessed to that vicar. Do I feel better? Only time will tell.
Okay, Whitechapel, everyone's healed, but because she's dead, everyone's healed here.
I'd step back, sir.
Okay. Oh.
Remorse and pain are precious when binding you to the earth. You. I remember you.
Oh, there you are.
Fear be gone. I would harm no child of my making.
This is your doing. You made me. Made me this creature. What are you?
I am the land. You are our champion.
You selected me. Chose me.
As shall my children yet to come.
What is it you seek?
This age is sickly. An ancient poison, an older rage, brewed in a cauldron newly forged.
This has something to do with the epidemic.
Seek truth, my champion. Defeat the serpent of knowing with iron spur.
I've had enough of others making decisions for me, pretending to know how I should feel or behave.
So the vampire who made me is some sort of disembodied entity? Or was he just projecting this vision in my mind? Maybe Edgar can help me with this one.
Blood trails.
God protect us. You've got a leech in the hospital.
Yes, my hospital. My mission is to heal while you go about warring.
You've set the table for a snake. I wonder why there's venom in your food.
I'm growing tired of your song. You're a woodsman, McCullum, not a doctor. Return to your hunt.
Remember, I've a good nose for machinations. I can flare the scent at a mile. You can't hide from the guard.
Leave him, Jonathan. This is sacred ground. Neutral territory. And I just had the carpet cleaned. By the sacred stole, this is very bad news. Bad news indeed.
What happened?
The hospital has been attacked. We have injured patients, at least one dead and several missing. This has spiraled out of control. Even the most infirm are asking to be allowed to return home.
We cannot have the people lose faith in this institution. This hospital is their only hope.
Of course, you're right. But we cannot afford a public scandal. It would ruin us. We must restore order, and quickly.
You mentioned a dead patient. Who is he?
She, Jonathan. She was Miss Harriet Jones. I found her room like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. The duty nurse is taking care of the mess.
Very well. I'll help you.
I know this place means something to you. I have noticed how you suppress your appetite when around the staff and patients.
You need to know you can trust me, Edgar.
I do, dear fellow, I do.
Please then, tell me.
Sean Hampton, the man we thought we'd saved at the docks. It seems he was infected after all.
So Hampton became more beast than man.
Exactly. And now Guard of Prewen suspects the hospital of vampire activity. Do you realize what that could mean for us?
Do you really believe they would come for us here? In such a public venue?
McCullum is a fanatic. The guard will stop at nothing. You don't know what they're capable of, Jonathan.
Very well. Since I brought Mr. Hampton here, I will put an end to this. Sean Hampton lives and breathes for the well-being of his flock. There's no other place he would go but the docks. Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doc.
Is there anything you can tell me about the recent commotion here?
Many things can happen under cover of night, Dr. Reed. But I took no part in this massacre.
But did you see or hear anything?
I can't say I did. But the smell of fresh blood almost made me faint, Doctor.
I'll leave you.
I'm quite busy.
What can you tell me about the recent commotion in the hospital?
Nothing like this would have happened if we'd had enough staff and proper shifts.
So you don't think the blame is ours?
We all hold fast here, Dr. Reed. Our methods may differ, but we are all trying to make a difference.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to...
Can you tell me anything about the recent commotion in the hospital?
I'm sure it was not your fault, Dr. Reed.
My fault? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. It's just... I heard it was you who brought the murderer inside our walls. But you couldn't know, could you?
Goodbye, Dr. Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Please, tell me about the recent commotion in the hospital.
I heard Miss Jones call for help from her bedroom. There were some loud noises, like people fighting. All of a sudden, it went quiet. And then a nurse started screaming.
Do you know who the nurse was?
Not sure, but I think it was Nurse Hawkins.
Goodbye. Good evening.
I'm okay.
What can you tell me about...
I had shouting coming from the first floor. I was asleep when it started.
I have to...
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son?
What can you tell me?
It's a disgrace. How on earth can patients be attacked in their own rooms?
Goodbye, Mrs.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Doctor.
What can you tell me?
Everybody's afraid. Death has always been a frequent visitor. But murder? How can we cope with that?
As a nurse at this hospital, it is your duty to deal with these things as best you can.
Yeah. Until it's my turn to have blood spread all over the walls. I entered the room first, Dr. Reed. I've seen what that monster did to the woman.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins. Good evening, Nurse.
Good evening.
What can you tell me?
That Mr. Hampton killed Miss Jones in her room, then ran away.
And did you see all this?
No. I was working by the tents when it all happened. I only entered the room when they asked me to clean up the blood.
What can you...
That...
And did you...
No.
Did you see Sean Hampton leave the hospital?
I think I saw a silhouette exiting the hospital gates after the shouting started. At first I thought it was someone who was just scared, but... well, maybe it was him.
Where is Miss Jones's body?
I don't know. I'd imagine the morgue. It all happened so quickly.
Goodbye, now. Good evening.
Evening.
Can you tell...
Before the shouts and the noises, I think I heard whispers coming from the stairs. 2 voices. Maybe more.
Did you recognize the voices? What did they say?
I couldn't hear. Sounded like they were arguing or something.
Goodbye. What on earth happened here?
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening.
What can you tell me about the recent commotion in the hospital?
Someone killed Miss Jones in her room, and Mr. Hampton's gone missing. Doesn't take a genius to piece it together.
You don't seem shocked by any of this.
Why should I be? Whoever did this must be long gone by now. And besides, he got rid of the old bag.
Goodbye.
Oh, that's nasty.
Oh, Jonathan, I cannot believe my eyes. Poor woman, butchered by some savage scowl.
Can we share this meal?
Yes, and I'm afraid I'm at least partially responsible. The man, the scowl, I brought him here.
Jonathan, how could you say such a thing?
Forgive me if I feel despondent. For there seems to be no end to the suffering and death that surrounds us.
I'm always here for you, Jonathan.
What do you know of Ascalon? I was threatened by a creature, a vampire in Whitechapel, stating I had to obey the law of conduct.
What more can you tell me about him?
He was bigger than a man. Huge, in fact. He seemed to radiate violence. I thought he was going to tear me apart. Then he vanished.
Fergal, the executioner of Ascalon. You were fortunate he was not after you, but rather out doing his master's bidding.
What is Ascalon?
The Ascalon Club are the most powerful vampires in Britain and exert tremendous influence. Take my advice and stay well away.
I have experienced a certain difficulty when faced with holy symbols or trying to enter religious buildings. Have you?
Now that's quite a question. I don't know why, but yes, it has happened to me.
Is this a sign? The hand of God in action? Are we repellent unto heaven?
I don't have the answers, Jonathan. But I believe superstition and magic is just fact awaiting the lens of science.
Aren't you frightened?
Very little scares me, my dear. To be compelled to avoid symbols of faith does not concern me.
Have you embraced this woman, like the other patient, this Mr. Renfield?
Her name was Amelia. And no, I did not kill her. I vowed a very long time ago that I would never take another life, unless they ask.
Is there sufficient vitality in the blood of the sick and dying patients?
Yes, Jonathan. The hunger gnaws at me every waking hour. Frankly, I'm starving.
Temptation surrounds us. Rich, vital. How can you resist?
Over the years, any pleasure I once gleaned from feeding is long gone. I drink for sustenance. And though I still thirst for more, I restrain myself.
Thank you, my lady. I hope to see you again soon.
Okay, next.
I met him in New York once.
If only there were more of us, with less resignation and more determination.
I know I can count on you. I wish I could say the same for the others.
You look exhausted. You're pushing yourself too hard. You don't have to bear the burdens of this hospital alone.
Good evening, Dr. Tibbets.
Dr. Reed.
Can you tell me...
It's a tragedy, pure and simple. The hospital is meant to be a safe haven to all. We failed the people who trusted us with their care.
Do you think I should not have brought Mr. Hampton back here?
It's not your fault. You rescued that poor soul. It was the Christian thing to do. But we should have noticed his instability.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Hey, Doc. What can you... All I know is I ain't letting anyone rip my throat out in my sleep. I found myself a nice blade, Doc. I'm ready.
I'll leave.
Hello again. Good evening, Doc. Good.
Okay, nothing to talk, so I go to the docks. I have almost 3k.
It seems the Priwen are redoubling their patrols in the district. I must be more careful.
Best be moving on.
Stupid beast! Oh, that's gonna start!
I can't believe I'm doing this.
That way goes to West End. I'm going to the docks. Alright, here it is. There's no crash. Okay, this area tends to crash a lot. I'll play this slowly.
Take a breath of this! Fuck, he's fast!
Okay, that's under the bridge. Starting to get a little bit unstable. going from that way.
Good evening, sir.
Who the fuck are you? Don't you see I'm busy here?
Dr. Jonathan Reed, that's who I am. And who are you?
Ah, some fancy gentleman we've got here. Clear off. We don't want strangers on our streets.
So you won't tell me your name, then?
The name is Booth Digby. Maybe I'll ask my boys to break one or two of your bones, just so you remember it.
Are you some kind of vigilante patrolling these streets at night?
Something like that, but the police aren't in charge here. We are, see?
So you're a concerned criminal, is that it?
Using funny jokes about me and my boys, are you? Fuck. You must have some balls.
I saw many men like you during the war, Mr. Digby. Greedy little cockroaches who feed on despair.
I could kill you for saying that. But, nah. You've been a soldier. I can respect that.
So, tell me about your gang, then.
What? Have you got a death wish? You really want me to answer that?
Well, yes. You seem so proud of your status. Why not tell me who you're working for?
Oi! I'm the boss, all right? The Wet Boot Boys work for me. All of them. Situation round here is better than other districts because of us. Because of me.
What can you...
Things ain't...
Well, you're not doing a very good job.
Yeah, well, we can't...
More efficient.
Incredible. You know what? You're...
What can you tell me about this part of dialogue?
Things ain't that bad, thanks to us. We give people what they need, and we control this borough.
Well, you're not doing a very good job. People are still dying here, like everywhere else.
Yeah, well, we can't be everywhere all the time. And Edwina says if we can find more guns, we could be more efficient.
More efficient? Really? You should probably tell Edwina that guns are useless against diseases and infections.
Incredible. You know what? You're lucky she can't hear you right now. She's more smart than patient. My sweet queen of the docks.
Don't need a hint.
Do you know where I can find Sean Hampton? I need to talk to him.
The sad saint. Why on earth do you want to talk to him?
He was one of my patients at the Pembroke Hospital.
Oh, yeah. I heard the poor bastard had been abducted by some cut. You better ask Tom Watts. He knows Sean Hampton well.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
That crosses over to the North Docks.
It's locked.
Oh, shit. Cover letter.
You again. What do you want?
I know you're looking for an honest job, Booth. You're tired of this criminal life, aren't you?
It's just an idea. Edwina loves to run things so much. You can never really leave the gang. Wet boys for life, you know.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
Right, let's just get the other gate opened.
these parts would be running completely amok.
Good evening, miss. I am Dr. Reed. May I ask you a few questions?
Who are you? What do you want?
As I just told you, I'm a doctor. From the Pembroke Hospital, actually.
The Pembroke Hospital, you say? I ain't paying any bill left by Clay.
I'm not here to collect payment, Miss...
Miss Edwina Cox. So what do you want then? Fancy buying something from me, maybe?
I'm looking for Mr. Sean Hampton. Do you know where I could find him?
The sad saint? I heard he was mugged or something.
Yes, he was. But he left hospital recently.
You don't say. Well, I suppose it's good news for the homeless and the useless. Ask them, they must know something.
You still use your husband's name, Edwina. Why is that?
Why shouldn't I? He may be a bloody bastard, but I'm still his wife and his name means something round here.
You never paid him a visit at the Pembroke Hospital, did you?
And I don't intend to. In Clay's case, I'm not against a medical mistake or a little help from the Spanish flu.
What can you tell me about your work?
I'm a businesswoman. I buy and sell things, and I send my wet boot boys after anyone who don't play nice with me.
Gang member and shopkeeper. Can't be easy running double shifts.
If you're interested, I may find use of a doctor who can freely walk across the city, you know.
Hello, cat.
You're quite blunt, aren't you?
I like people who know what they want and say what they think. This is a time of great opportunity for those ready to embrace their destiny.
I'm not interested in a career in the criminal underworld, Miss Cox.
Fair enough. Stay away from us then, if you don't want to get hurt or worse.
Since my return from the war, I don't feel that concerned by threats, knives, or even bullets, if you must know.
That's exactly what that stupid trade unionist claimed after he attacked one of us. Booth and I reminded him a bullet beats words every time.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
You can't trust anyone around here. As soon as you lower your guard, you can be sure some arsehole will take advantage of you.
You sound like you're thinking of somebody in particular.
Take the gravediggers of Southwark. They must pay me every week, but it looks like they forgot who gave them permission to steal from the dead.
Looting corpses in a mass grave. That is a new low.
Whatever. Hey, since you're a doctor and all, maybe you can access that forbidden area and remind those bastards what they owe.
Really? Don't you think that's a little bit excessive?
Bastards, all of them. This region only responds to violence and threats.
Can I see what you have to...
As long as you have money.
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again, Dr. Reed.
Tell me about the man you and Booth killed, Edwina.
The bastard killed one of us and received retribution. There's nothing else to say.
What happened exactly?
I don't know, and I don't care. One of ours was killed by that communist bastard, but he didn't brag for long.
So you have no idea what really happened, but you executed him anyway.
No one messes with the wet boot boys, Doctor. This is our territory, and this is our law.
And your conscience is clear. You kill without hesitation.
Violence is an efficient tool, Dr. Reed, when used properly.
So you decide who lives and who dies, just like that?
Yes, Doctor. Just like that. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm saying it's my way of dealing with troublemakers.
Booth Digby looks at you with love-struck eyes. Tell me, Edwina, is the feeling mutual?
You have no idea how refreshing it can be for a woman to receive all the pleasure she needs. For once.
I'll take your word for it.
What is it, Doctor? A woman's not supposed to talk about these things.
I believe you manipulated Booth Digby to get everything you wanted from him, both inside and outside the bedroom.
The poor bastard is good to me, if you must know. He makes me feel good. And that's a first.
So you're just like any other couple, after all, are you not?
Yeah, we're so ordinary that I'd put a bullet in his head if he ever cheated on me.
Okay. One more hint.
Goodbye.
You again. What are you...
Tell me about the man you killed, Booth. What happened?
One of us had been killed, so we had to retaliate. That's the whole story.
There has to be more to it than that.
No, really. One of us got killed, so the killer had to die. That's how things have always been done round here. No one gives a shit.
Don't you see it's an endless spiral? One day, it will be you who will be stabbed, or shot, or worse.
That's what my sweet Edwina always says, that one day I'll get it too. But she says it with the most beautiful smile, my Edwina.
You know, Edwina suspects you to be unfaithful.
Edwina's the one who asked to be called Mrs. Cox, even though Clay hadn't touched her for such a long time.
You have not answered my question.
She's a passionate woman. I've no doubt she'll shoot me down if I ever betray her, but that's not going to happen. I love her as she is.
Goodbye.
That way goes to the bar. Powder. Alright, this way leads back to the docks. Oh. It comes up from there. And those things are too busy killing each other down there. Archer. Right.
This is Braille. I need someone who can read this.
Get me here!
Are you all right, sir? What are you doing in a place like this?
I'm not sure that's any of your business.
I hope you realize that staying here will put your life at great risk.
Pah! I'm not afraid of these guards of Priwen, or whatever these thugs call themselves. I can still kick some respect into those youngsters.
I wasn't specifically referring to them, but are you really after these men? Why?
They took my boy! I've had no news since he joined that crazy gang. So I decided to come and find him myself, to get some answers.
I see. But as I said, your life is at risk if you stay here. And I'm not referring to the gangs either. You should leave, sir.
Well, this part of town used to be nicer, let's say. Perhaps you're right. This isn't the best way to save Andrew.
There is a name engraved under the blood on the back of the case. Jack Gillingham. Maybe I should return this watch to his family.
Let's go.
Moron had me laughing at first. That's a thing.
Mark my words, miss. These murders are the work of a vampire.
A vampire? Whatever do you mean?
I'm a tracker of these creatures. A vampire hunter.
You best be off to your hunting then. For if the sewer dog is back, and hunting all these poor folk, he needs a catching.
A sewer dog? What's it look like?
It's an old story. A monster with daggers for teeth and icy claws. He comes of a sudden, nighttime, claiming innocence, then vanishes.
Teeth, claws, murders by night? Your sewer dog is my business. He's the kind of prey I hunt, milady.
Not a drop of blood left in his body. This is the work of a vampire.
Good evening, sir. Have you witnessed any suspicious activity or strange events recently?
And what do you define as a strange event? More to the point, who are you?
My name is Ichabod Throgmorton, vampire hunter extraordinaire and warden of the East End.
A vampire hunter? Really?
I know what you're thinking. I'm just another lunatic howling at the moon, but I'm not. The bloodsuckers exist, and they're close.
Mr. Throgmorton, I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'd like to hear more about these vampires you're hunting.
A man of science? Well, I'll be glad to enlighten you.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you help me, Mr. Throgmorton?
The sad saint? He should be at his night asylum at this hour. But I cannot tell you how to find it, sorry.
Really? Why is that?
It's nothing personal, Doctor. I'm sure your intentions are good, but people who sleep there, they have plenty of reasons to hide.
I could make you tell me, but I respect your refusal. You really believe Sean is a saint, don't you?
All I will say is this. Gossip has it that when he was a child, he was molested. By a priest of all people. Funny thing is, though, it only strengthened his faith.
Maybe at least you can tell me who could help me find him.
Tell you what, go and chat with Tom Watts. He's a bartender and good judge of character. If he talks to you, then it's fine by me.
What can you tell me about this neighborhood?
Did you hear about what happened to Jack Gillingham? Oh boy. It's a shame I wasn't around to protect him.
It's impossible to protect everyone. The violence seems endemic in this part of town.
But it's my duty. I am convinced Jack Gillingham was killed by a vampire.
Nope, it was not.
These evil rodents are spreading like a plague.
So, how exactly are you protecting these people? I'm curious.
I patrol late at night, investigating anything unusual. I try and encourage people to stay indoors, but people are careless.
How do you identify a vampire?
It's simple, really. They can't stand daylight. They're afraid of garlic and holy symbols. And they also cannot enter a house without being invited.
Have you ever killed one of these creatures? Yourself, I mean.
Of course I have. What kind of question is that? It's a dirty business, believe me.
Can I help in any way?
Actually, yes. I plan to put up posters to alert the population to the vampire threat.
Are you asking me to paste posters about vampires around the docks?
If you wouldn't mind. If you did that, then I can focus on my patrols.
Have you heard of the Guard of Priwen?
Of course. They're dedicated hunters. A little militant for my taste, but they do let anyone join.
Were you ever tempted to join the Guard yourself?
I did think about it, but I'm more of a silent hunter. They're more of a sanitary militia.
So you hunt alone? That sounds risky.
Vampires are just like every other predator. They hunt when they're hungry and follow certain patterns. It's just a matter of observation and patience.
Goodbye, and good hunting, Mr. Throckmorton.
A vampire hunter.
Times like these, a good drink's just as likely to cause a problem as to solve one.
It's locked, all right.
Nothing here to grab.
Shut the turquoise for a time.
Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, sir. How are you tonight? Back to the docks, are we?
You remember me then?
Of course I do. You're that man who seemed so lost when he entered my bar a few nights ago.
Thank you for your hospitality. I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way.
I'm still Tom Watts. Welcome back, Doctor.
Tom, I need to find Sean Hampton as quickly as possible. I've been told you could help me.
I heard the sad saint was recovering at Pembroke Hospital. Did he leave or something?
I believe he returned to his flock. Can you confirm that?
Oh, I bet you're right. Sean can't help but worry about the poor and sick. Oh, I guess it has something to do with what happened to him as a baby.
Please, tell me.
Well, I don't like to gossip, but I heard that the sad saint was abandoned as a baby in front of a Catholic orphanage in Dublin. That would explain his faith and need to help everyone.
Oh, okay, that's 2 hints.
The important thing is I find him, quickly.
Why not try his night asylum? He takes care of those who need a meal or a roof there.
Where is it?
It's in an old warehouse, northwest of here. Just follow the bank to the west and go north when you reach the end of the pier.
How is it you can keep this place open? This part of town doesn't seem particularly safe.
Well, since everybody needs a drink, my pub is considered neutral ground by most groups.
You're something of a figurehead around here.
I'm only pouring alcohol for everyone to forget their troubles. Sean Hampton is the one giving them long-term hope.
I see. So you get pressure from all sides about how this place should be run, do you?
Well, something like that. Nothing that a few wise words and a bottle of gin can't solve.
Since I'm here, is there anything I can do?
Well, perhaps, Doctor. Peace partly depends on my stock of gin. With the epidemic, my supplies are running low.
How could a physician help you in this matter?
I have a small warehouse just past the quarantine line. Perhaps, with you being a doctor, you could go there and come back?
Doctors aren't immune to disease, you know. Very well. Show me where it is. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, thank you, sir. Here's the key to get in. You're about to save many dry throats.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
It's not that bad. Thanks to people like the sad saint of the East End.
Who?
Sean Hampton, our own private holy figure. Few are foolish enough to make peace with the gangs. Sean is one of them.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
I should have offered a drink to the boy.
Good evening, sir.
Whatever.
Don't you recognize me? We met a few nights ago.
Don't take it personally. I spent a lot of energy forgetting what I did the night before.
Yes, you had definitely drunk too much then as well. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
I'm Dyson Delaney. I'll try to remember you. This time.
I'm looking for Mr. Sean Hampton.
I really don't know. I heard he'd been abducted. I don't know if he's back.
Who could tell me then?
About the sad saint.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Delaney?
I drink. I drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night. And then I drink some more.
Why do you drink so much?
Maybe it's because I prefer dying slowly. Death can be so abrupt. Personally, I like to see mine coming at my own pace.
You sound very sad, sir.
That's because I am, Doc.
Don't you work at all?
I'd love to, but I don't have the time. Didn't I tell you? Drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night.
Is there anything in particular that you like about this part of town? Except for the cheap drinks, I mean.
How dare you say such a thing? I love this neighborhood. So friendly. So joyful.
No reason at all to rejoice, then? Life is hopeless and then we die, is that it?
Let me tell you a story.
All right. Go on.
A few years ago, when I believed a resolute man could change things around here for good, a tragedy occurred nearby.
What kind of tragedy?
It was a bomb. Bomb that exploded and killed many people. Metal and blood everywhere. Shouts, fire, broken window of the shoe shop, the torn street light.
You lost people you loved that day, didn't you?
I've lost everything. But you know what the worst part is? I don't even remember where it happened. I've drunk so much to forget it, and now I can't remember where it was. I can't pay my homage to the dead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Delaney.
It's okay. If you ever find the place, just leave a flower for me there. Even if you tell me where it is, I'm not sure I'd memorize it.
Is there anything in...
How dare you...
Why are you so cynical?
Cynicism is the polite way to express despair, Doctor.
No reason...
Let me tell...
All right.
A few...
What kind...
It was...
You lost...
I've lost...
I'm...
It's okay.
Surely you must have had dreams and expectations when you were young, like everybody else.
Sure. I wanted things to change. To really change, and to change for good. The bigger the dream, the harder the fall.
Sounds like you were an idealist, which is honorable.
No, sir. I was an anarchist, and I believed that exclusive property is a robbery in nature. I wanted a new world to rise from the ashes, Dr. Reed.
Do you really think the world is that bad?
No, I believe we all can choose to make it better. But most of us are too weak, too corrupt and too guilty. I failed for sure, but others will come.
Okay.
I want to know more about your past as an anarchist, Dyson.
I'm still an anarchist, Doctor. Make no mistake. I just reject violence as a tool to change the world, unlike my comrades.
Do you still see your comrades, then? Even if you don't agree with their methods anymore, I mean.
No. I hope they'll come to share my point of view one day. I'll raise my glass to that splendid idea.
Do you believe in a bloodless revolution, then?
I do not believe in much anymore, Doctor. But I'll admit I like your idea of peaceful change. I like it a lot.
I'm looking. Who could?
About this.
Inebriation aside, do you need medical help?
Yes. I feel sicker than usual these days.
Take this, then. And perhaps you could try to slow down the alcohol intake, too.
Hey, Doc, you don't really want me to stop the only remedy I can afford.
Goodbye. Evening, miss.
Well, I never. That's a first. Customers who make that much mess rarely come back. Never mind in fancy togs.
I'm much more myself than when we first met. By the way, I'm Jonathan, Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Welcome back to the Turquoise Turtle then, Doctor. I'm Sabrina Cavendish. How can I help you?
What can you tell me about this area?
People don't appreciate that line of questioning round here. You best be more careful with what you say, sir.
You look concerned, Miss Cavendish.
This is a bad borough. Most people I know are afraid. Most locals will rob you blind, or worse. You best mind your step.
Ooh. Sabrina Cavendish.
So you and your friends all feel in danger? No exceptions?
Tom's the only exception I've come across until now. But he's not like everybody else.
This place seems, how shall I put it, very colorful. I'm sure it has plenty of stories to tell.
We get people of all sorts here. It's that rare place in the docks where you can have a drink without being murdered. At least it's not happened yet.
So this bar is neutral territory, then?
Yeah. Tom's convinced this is something the locals need. No one ever draws a weapon here. That's one of the reasons I accepted the job.
Your boss must be quite the negotiator to force such an agreement.
Yeah. Tom's a great bloke. Mr. Hampton, who runs the night asylum, he's the only other man that's able to keep peace around here.
Goodbye, Miss Cavendish.
Oops, I missed the dialogue.
You still working at this hour? That's what I call dedicated.
Excuse my curiosity, but where exactly are you from, Miss Cavendish?
Something bothering you? What, my name? Or my complexion?
Believe me, I never judge someone on their place of birth or the color of their skin.
If that's true, you'd be one of the few not to make fun of me. Just you, Tom, Dyson, Miss Fishburne, and of course Mr. Hampton.
I'm sorry if I worried you. I was just curious to find out if you know this part of town well.
Nosy. My dad was a sailor from Bombay, and my mum was a maid born up in Glasgow. They got married in London. And here I am.
Goodbye, Miss Cavendish.
Just as likely to cause a problem as to solve one.
That's the docks here.
Hello, boy.
Hello. Good evening.
Did I scare you? You have nothing to fear from me.
No, it's just that people prefer to avoid me.
Well, I won't. I'm a doctor.
My name is Rufus, sir. Rufus Kingsbury.
What can you tell me about this region?
It's all about staying out of trouble. But since most people prefer to avoid me, it's pretty easy.
Why do people avoid you?
They call me Rufus the Curse. Around here, I'm a bit of a bad luck charm.
Have you ever thought about leaving?
Where else would I go? At least I know these streets and some people around here. This is my city, for better or worse.
What do you do around here, Rufus?
I listen to the news on the docks, sir. And I smile at those kind enough to spare me a bob.
Do you have a job?
It's hard to work, what with my head and all. Since I was a boy, I've always had trouble remembering what I do and why I do it.
What do people say about this place?
Things have been tense between the Wet Boot Boys and the Communists. They both feel they should run the docks.
Communists?
Are you alone? Where is your family?
I don't have any. My parents are dead.
So you have no home? You're sleeping rough?
No. I mean, yes. I live on the streets. I have no home.
You should be careful, Rufus. There are things that lurk in the shadows of this city. Things that prey on the lonely and the desperate.
I've known worse. I'm not all alone. I have Mrs. Fishburne. She's been very kind to me.
Why do you think she's so considerate?
I can't say, sir. I guess she's a good soul. Sometimes it's like she replaces the mother I lost, even if we're not related.
Do you know a man who lives in this part of town? A man...
Sorry, sir. I don't know.
Well, I don't think you should talk to him. He may be very sick.
Thanks for the tip. You might want to check the Turquoise Turtle. It's a pub not far from here.
So long. Evening, Rufus.
Evening, Mr. Reed.
Do you need help?
A real doctor caring about me. That's a first. I feel like a real person.
A real doctor treats everyone the same, Rufus.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So long, Rufus. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Why must it always be a good evening?
I was just being polite. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you some questions, if I may.
Don't like questions. Or doctors. And the name is Seymour Fishburne, if you must know.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
A shithole filled with maggots. Liars and thieves, all of them.
Are you thinking about someone in particular?
No. Hate them all. Especially these petty, whining little shitbag beggars.
Is there no one who deserves your leniency, then?
Well,
Tom from our local is somewhat of a decent bloke. At least, unlike most maggots, he knows how to listen without opening his trap.
What's your...
I take care of my mum. That's what I do. She's the only good thing in my life. Even though I don't treat her so good.
You seem upset. Is something bothering you?
I lost the necklace I bought her. I'm a fucking idiot. A worthless idiot.
Sometimes it's hard to be a good son.
I just want her to smile. No, I was thankful for her patience, appreciated like... God knows she deserves it.
Goodbye, Miss... Good evening, madam. I'm Dr. Reed. Could I come in?
Why? What do you want?
I work at the Pembroke Hospital. I'm investigating the flu epidemic in this area.
Oh, the Spanish flu. Well, that's quite liberal of you, Doctor. But this is no time to be knocking at people's doors.
The disease takes away the good people too, madam. Why not let me in?
It's Mrs. Fishburne. Stella Fishburne. And yes, indeed. Why not let a doctor in?
Ah, the charms of being a vampire.
It's locked, all right.
Locked. Yep. Take that. Grab this. Nothing here, nothing here. Nothing here, there's no second level.
So you have questions about the flu, then?
Yes, among other things.
Forgive my rudeness at the door. It's just my son doesn't like strangers coming in the house.
I'm trying to locate Mr. Sean...
You talking about the one everyone calls the sad saint? The man who takes care of the homeless?
The very same, Miss Fishburne.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
How is life around here?
Life has always been hard in the East End. But it's everywhere nowadays, isn't it?
Do you think the increase in violence has anything to do with the epidemic?
Don't know. But it's most likely linked to the gangs, if you ask me. Recently, it's like everyone has had to pick a side.
Violence has always fed on poverty, don't you think? It's a cruel law of the human condition.
And selfishness is their rotten fruit. These days, you could just die in the gutter, and no one will bat an eye.
May I ask what you do for a living, Mrs. Fishburne?
Since my husband died, I worked at the Dawson Rope factory, but it closed before the war. I occasionally help at the night asylum, in exchange for food.
Did your husband die in the war?
Oh no. My Jack was a docker. He died when my Seymour was just a lad. The poor boy saw his dad slip and fall from that scaffolding.
How do you pay the rent, then?
My Seymour works at the docks, just like his dad. He's very attached to the house he grew up in. It's not always easy, but we get by all right.
The orphan that regards you as a mother, please tell me about him, Stella.
You mean Rufus? I wish I could do even more for the poor boy. Most people are so selfish.
But you're not.
Years may have passed, but I haven't forgotten how it feels to go through days with nothing but an empty stomach.
Goodbye, Miss Fishburne. Take care of yourself.
Okay. That's far away. Okay, let's do those two quests that way. Looks like I'll have to cross the bridge.
And every door.
Cold.
Good evening, Mr. Fishburne.
Yeah.
Do you require medical assistance?
That's something I didn't expect to hear again. A doctor concerned with the health of his patients. Yeah. I could use some help. On several matters, in fact.
I don't know which kind of doctor you're used to dealing with, but it's a doctor's purpose to heal people.
And is it your purpose as well, Mr. Reed? I would say it's a convenient way for gaining people's trust.
He's not wrong. Well, we are fattening you up.
Goodbye, Miss.
Every night, the darkness, and every door full of death. 1,168 coins. Oh. Right.
Sir, no civilians allowed. Sorry, sir. Now admit it with Christ! He's dead! Filthy fucking pig!
Go through the house. What was this? Door is locked.
It's locked.
Locked. Right. That's a new hideout. It's a refill. It's a bed. Workstation.
I have this thirst for blood. This is despicable.
Right, you can know it's run that way or the other way.
Best turn around if I were you.
Okay, I'll go around.
Yes. The place has changed since the explosion, but it was definitely here. We should find some way to pay my respects. May all who suffered from this tragedy find or rest in peace.
Okay, how's my stream time going?
Over there! There's one of them.
Killing's all you deserve. Back in the grave. This one's mine. It's on him! It's on him! Filthy fucking beast! I'll send you to hell!
Turn around, sir.
Easy does it.
Go on!
Crush the leech, boys!
Hello there, fishy. I was thinking about turning off. I was very close to turning off because yeah, it's nearly 5 hours. But okay, since you're here, I'll stream for just a little bit longer. Okay, I'll just stream for just a little bit longer.
Fight for this! I'll kill it!
Nah, you're too young for that. That's the pathway I came up. Right, that's the pathway I came up. Now, I either go through here that goes around it, or I can go in here. Let's go in here for now. Right, there's nobody here. 5 shillings. Nothing here, but there is some stuff in there. Shillings. Grab some stuff here. Some stuff here, some stuff here. There's nothing here. Can't teleport that way. That's done. Foundry key. Right, the foundry. Oh, and yes, I drank coffee, including espresso coffee at 13 years old. Well, just don't blame anybody else when you can't go to sleep. I drank it every single day for 6th grade, which was 2020 to 2021 for me, so the effects of sugar no longer work. Huh. Collectible. Safe. Medicine ink pen. You're still up, cat? So now... Oh wait, that's the other way. Literally, I'll eat hella sugar and still feel tired. I only put it in a coffee to be able to stand the taste. Right now, I'm drinking coffee without sugar. I only drink it with milk. Like coffee and milk, that's it. Not adding sugar into my coffee anymore. Can't go that way. Closed. Okay, you can walk down on that. So here, right on the other end. Nothing here. Oh, there's a corpse there. I can't see shit. That's the pathway up. And this is the pathway, okay. Bro, instant coffee got really well. I'm questioning about that. Nothing here.
This place. Rain may have washed away the blood, but not the memory. My poor Mary.
I'm surprised your guts haven't been spilling out from that kind of diet. The other side, okay. Nothing here, nothing here. There's something there. Leaky gut from eating so much ramen. You need to see a doctor because I have frequent stomach pain. Yeah, you need to change your diet.
Watch. Damn grave robbers.
Ran out of battery. It's not daily. I'd say like up to 3 times every month. That's not good for you still. You may want to change your diet. Fax no printer. Can't go down there, the mass grave. So yep, I've investigated the entirety of that way. I can come back here and head this way to the western docks. The northern docks are blocked. Well, at least try eating something else. Can't teleport that way. I want to try getting used to a daily salad. Huh. Yeah, try that. That will at least cleanse your bowels a little bit. So now, through here. Hey Fishy, what do you think of the teleportation skills I'm using here? I love avocados, but they tear my stomach up so bad because of the amount of fiber it gives me. Hella stomach pain. Hell, I do. Me and my family eat avocado on the daily and we get nothing of that sort. We do feel very full after eating it.
For blood.
I really want to tear your head off just because of you saying it's like just like those kids that say everything now that's like part of the OG are now called they copied off Fortnite. But like God, those things annoy me. So I'm back here. This is Edwina. Yeah, well, people are so different. Just don't they somehow they can't handle it. I see. Yeah. Hello there.
You again. What do you want?
I know you believe monsters are real, Booth.
They are. I know, I saw one, but no one believes me.
Tell me what you saw.
It was a few years ago. Clay Cox was still the boss then. He'd sent me to the shipyard to find out who was stealing tools and ropes at night.
Go on.
First I thought it was an old lady with a limp. It looked frail and crooked. Then I saw it grab a bloody beam and lift it like it was a stick. I shouted. It looked straight at me.
Do you know what it was?
It was all eyes and long teeth, but I couldn't see its face. I shot at it when it moved towards me and I hit it. And then it jumped and vanished in the shadows.
You could have imagined all that. These docks can be so gloomy at night. With the fog and the wind and the boats creaking.
No, Doctor. That night I saw the fucking sewer dog for real. It's not a beast like the stories say. It's the ghost of an old woman. Bullets can't stop it. No one believes me.
4 hints.
Are your friends mocking you?
Even Edwina told me once to never speak about it, but I know what I saw. And it wasn't a human. Not human at all.
All hints unlocked. Everything.
Goodbye.
It's been a while since we've seen any new faces round here.
Edwina.
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again, Dr. Reed. What do you want?
Tell me your feelings about Booth's belief in monsters, Edwina.
It makes him look weak in front of the boys. That's my feeling about him. But ghosts don't scare me.
You don't believe he really saw something then?
I don't care what he saw or not. All I know is that a real man keeps his fears to himself if he wants to be obeyed.
That's all 5 hints. Back. Oh.
I managed to reach the mass grave in Southwark. It was not pleasant.
Spare me the details, Dr. Reed. All I want to know is what happened to those bastards who owed me money.
Well, like I said, I wouldn't be here for long. I gotta go because I got some stuff to do. Well, see you later, bros. Yeah, bye-bye, fishy. Thanks for dropping by and chatting. And your taste of ramen. Dead.
I'm afraid those bastards, as you call them, are in the mass grave.
See you next time.
Dead? Shit. That money would have been useful. Well, I'll tell my boys to avoid the place if it's that dangerous.
Yes. Everybody should avoid that place until further notice.
Okay then, Doctor. It looks like you deserve your reward after all. The Wet Boot boys thank you for your help.
50
Goodbye,
shilling.
Miss Cox.
4 hints on wall.
The sewer dog's fault, they say. Then the gang.
I'll finish his quest here.
Good evening, Mr. Delaney.
What? Oh, you're that doctor.
I found the location of the explosion, Mr. Delaney. I placed a flower for you where it happened, just as you asked.
Really? That's so kind. I never thought someone would... Well, thank you, Doctor.
It's nothing, really. And I'm sorry for your loss.
What? No, I didn't know them. No car was supposed to park there that day. Stupid bastard, why did he park there?
You're the man who hit that bomb.
I don't want to talk about it. Leave me alone.
I sense your guilt, Dyson. Why is that? Did you not think violence was an acceptable political tool?
I still believe our fight was just. By killing an innocent couple who were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. No way.
You are guilty and you deserve no compassion. You chose the weapon of a coward, and you run away from the truth.
I know. Maybe I deserve judgment. Until that day, I'll just be Dyson the drunk, not Dyson the murderer.
I want you to remember the bomb.
Has not been judged. Responsible for bombing attack.
Dyson, tell me about it.
No. I don't want to remember it.
Why use a bomb? What were you trying to destroy?
The Dawson & Dawson ammunitions factory. A symbol of violence against the people. My group wanted to destroy it to send a message.
The victims. They were not the target then.
I spent so much time figuring out the perfect moment. I used a short fuse. No car had ever parked there. They all died.
How do you get hint 1? Okay.
Goodbye, Mr. Delaney.
Okay, Sabrina. Alright, it's almost time for bed. I'll just finish getting her clue here, Sabrina's clue, and then I will turn off for the night. Maybe do a raid. Trash can. Next to the building, just to the right. Oh, okay. It's called Torn Page from a Diary. diary, 12 page of my diary. Okay.
I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
So few clients.
You still working at this hour?
Sabrina, tell me about your true feelings for your boss.
I love Tom. Not ashamed of it. Don't care if the customers joke about it neither.
Who's mocking you?
I mean, we're always together. People will talk, won't they?
Does Tom love you?
Yeah, but he's always reluctant to take it further. It's not because I'm younger, or because of the colour of my skin. He hates jokes about us.
Goodbye, Miss Cavendish.
Alright, that's it for tonight. So tomorrow it's a showcase. Let's save. So the next stop I have to do, I've completed this area, is to go to this area, discover more people, and then come back up here, then go to West End here. Alright people, thanks for watching. I hope you all enjoyed the show. It's been a 5-hour 20-minute stream. Thank you to Fishy who came by to say hello. Thank you to Kat who came by to say hello. Thank you to WSB Shield, WSB Gold, WSB Diva, Filthy Casual. And thank you to Nick for following. Thank you to everyone I just listed previously for raiding and coming by to drop by to say hello. I will now end the stream and I'll also doing a raid. So I hope you all have a good day. Hope you all have a good day. Thanks for watching. I'll stream again Vampyr the next time. Hope you'll enjoy. Time to raid.